Testing. Testing. and I think I need to cover this. Her grandfather served in the Vietnam War. Her great-grandfather served in World War II. And great-great-grandfather served in World War I. Because they served, they provided even you with the rights you have today, Patrick. I'm an 11th generation American. Jordan is 12th, and our children are 13th. We can trace our roots back to 1669 in France. But it doesn't matter if she was only first generation American. You should have never done what you did. You remind me of a man that had mental illness as well, and was a racist as well. His name was Adolf Hitler. His objective were Jewish people. Your objective was Mexican people. Jordan's great-grandfather, Clyde Hughes, fought against him and all the rhetoric and hate he represented. Even though you have mental illness does not negate, at the time, you were racist, and that needs to be stated. No matter any amount of posturing, Mr. Spencer, he was still a racist at the time. I wanted answers as to what happened to my daughter, so I went looking for them. I watched the movie 915. For the price of a movie ticket, I saw the torture of my baby. None of this had been revealed to me, her mom. Beforehand, I had to educate myself on the death of my daughter. I saw my baby dragged by her feet after sustaining a bullet wound by 2 policemen over and through another victim's blood, while her blood left a trail behind her. She had only given birth 2 months and 10 days prior to this, so I only imagine the pain she was going through. I saw her. She had blood on her feet and no shoes on. I watched her fall 4 feet from the ground off of the front of a shopping cart while the ambulance behind her drove off. I saw her laying on the asphalt, motionless, my Jordan. I was upset with the police officers that day. But after much therapy, I realized they were trying to get her out of harm's way and save her. We need police officers more than ever before, and we thank them for their service. And I am so sorry for what they saw and experienced that day, them and other medical officials. I was told that she tried to call me. I didn't get that call. That haunts me to this day. If only I had received that call, I could have been there for her. The other victim said that she tried to call her mama. I was at a funeral for my friend that had died of cancer when the shooting was occurring. I see the image of the picture we had to identify her with in my head all the time. My baby's arm still had dry blood on it. August 3rd, 2022. My husband and I were eating together for the first time alone in 3 years due to the pandemic and both of us being safe because we're both immune compromised. We noticed an article going into detail about what happened to Jordan, Andre, and baby Paul inside that bank. We read in horror about what happened to our daughter. We just broke down crying. She and our son-in-law and others, the bank's customers, were locked out of the vault, where the bank's employees locked themselves safe inside. That doesn't make sense to me because I used to be a banker and I worked for Wells Fargo, and we were always told to protect our customers. Jordan and Andre and baby Paul were left outside in harm's way. The magazine released their article on the anniversary of the shooting. To them, another August 3rd article. To us, unknown facts that reset our morning clock back to August 3rd of 2019 and completely crushed us. During the tragedy, there were many positive things. I would like to thank former Mayor DeMargo and his staff for being good people. I would also like to thank all the people and companies that donated to our family. We're truly grateful. It helped ease our stress during one of the worst periods of our life. All the people of El Paso who showed up and supported us and around the world. We are no strangers to tragedy. In April of 2015, my youngest daughter, Lita, endured a head injury. January 27th, my middle daughter, Ashley, had heart surgery. May of 2019, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. I'm still fighting this every day. I go to receive infusions as needed to help with its stress. Stress affects MS, so going through all of this has affected my health. August 2019, we lost Jordan and Andre. December of 2019, my middle daughter, Ashley, had a stroke due to all the stress on her recently repaired heart and from losing her best friends, Jordan and Andre. 2020, my husband was in an accident. We were told by doctors that his accident was caused by his body experiencing the trauma of the loss of his daughter and all the stress that ensued. When it initially happened, I stood outside his ER room and was told that they thought he might have tore his aortic valve and that if he had, he was not going to make it. Thank God he didn't. He had blood streaming from his head and hands, and his only thought was for me not to see him like that and to fight to stay here for the kids that are left behind. He was in ICU for a week. He had to wait 2 days for the surgery to repair his back. If the damage would have been only one vertebrae down, he would have been paralyzed for life. He learned how to walk again at the same time baby Paul learned how to walk. Before the federal sentencing, I had a heart attack due to the stress I was under. December 2024, we found out that my husband Paul had cancer. If you look at his throat, you'll see that there's a slit from the middle all the way up to his ear. March 20 and 25, I lost my mama. What keeps me going is her children, Sky and Paul. My husband, Paul, and the rest of my family and friends, and of course God. I will not let hate win. God does not see color. He sees us all as equals. Revelation 14:6 speaks of God's people belonging to him. They come from every nation, tribe, and tongue. Where there is one person that thinks like you, Patrick, there are 10 more like my family, and I know that every race is beautiful and equal, and each holds its own unique gifts. Hate and racism will never prevail over love and kindness, because that is not what God intended. I forgive you, Patrick. I have since the beginning, because I will not have hate like you did at that time. You literally hunted people. You alone have to live with that. I truly hope you have found God by now. I have days where my mind wants to think she's going to walk in the door and come and eat with her babies, and this has all been a very bad dream. But then I know the truth. That door will not open, and she will not say, "Mama, I'm here." Not yet. I want her to see Sky bring home a paper from school where she has made 100 and see how proud of herself she is, and give her daughter a hug and see how smart, beautiful, funny, confident, resilient she is, just like her mama. Paul is smart, loving, and funny like both parents. I want her to see her dad play with Paul and laugh and see how close they are. And when Dad tickles him, he laughs and says, "Do it again, Papa, do it again." Sky and Paul play with their cousin Jordan and Lincoln when they come into town, and they are big-time buddies. Seeing all this helps us heal. I would want Jordan here to see her children playing together and hugging each other and saying, "I love you, brother. I love you, sister," but she can't. Sky will just randomly say, "You know, my mom and dad really love me and I miss them." I want to hold Jordan and say everything is going to be all right, but it is not. Not now, at least. Her sister Lita had a son and named him, of course, Jordan, and then later on had Lincoln. Jordan did not get to be the amazing aunt I know she would have been. That was taken from her, too. Her sisters missed calling her for advice and spending time with their big sister. That was taken, too. I see my strong 6'1" husband of 31 years just break down and cry, sometimes because he misses his oldest baby girl. I will look at him and he will have tears streaming down his face. The tears are a reminder of all the loss and suffering he has experienced. He misses his football watching partner. They would watch the only team that counted in our family, the Green Bay Packers, and she would yell just as loud as her dad, "Go Pack, go." Even married, all of our daughters are loyal to the Packers because their dad raised them right. She was also one of his mechanic's assistants. She and her dad would change the oil and brakes together. He taught her this in the event she would know how to if something were to happen to him. I miss her. Laughing with her, spending time with her, cooking for her and her family. Memories come flooding back. One time, she took me and my other daughters to help her look for a car. And we showed up, and the guy that was selling the car, we asked him, we said, "Is this a good car?" And he said no, but we still looked at it. The car was missing a door on it, and Jordan still wanted to test drive it on the freeway. The guy selling it offered to hold the door on while we drove. We didn't. We all started laughing, but that was typical Jordan. She was wanting to save a buck, and she knew no fear. I know I will see her and Andre in the future. That is the promise God makes. On some days, God walks next to me and holds my hand. On the really bad days, I know he carries me. This is the only way I know I have survived. I continue to pray for all the families, for God to give them strength to endure all this and the comfort when needed. My faith is stronger than it has ever been, and for that I'm grateful. Our lives will never be the same. We see Andre and Jordan and Sky and Paul, and that is who they left behind as their greatest gift to us. I read all the articles and watched the doctor on CNN say how he tried to save her, that she had a baseball-sized hole in her lungs and no amount of surgery would have ever saved my baby. I'm eternally grateful to him. At the very least, he tried. I imagine how scared she was during the shooting, trying to be quiet, seeing her husband shot, and trying to protect her son. The surgeons told me she kept asking for her baby Paul. Even dying, she was looking for him, a mother's love. One of the surgeons went to Jordan's funeral and told me in my grief-stricken state that she did not die alone, that the surgeon held her hand as she died. I did not realize how important that would be to me later in my healing process. Thank you for holding Jordan's hand and being there with her in her last moments. I appreciate that more than you'll ever know. I would have traded spots with her in a heartbeat that fateful day. She needed to be here for her babies. I have survivor's guilt and blame myself for not being there to save my daughter. My husband and I have nights where we can't sleep thinking about her. Revelation 21:4 promises I will see her again. If my daughters do not pick up their phones when I call, my mind races thinking something has happened to them. We will not be the same in this period of time, but I look forward to the time I get to hug her and just hear her voice and see her smile. She has an Instagram video, which I see her where she's talking to her daughter. I watch it over and over so I can hear her voice again. When I have a procedure or a surgery, and I've had many these past 5 years, I get to see her every time. She comes to see me. I wake up crying, looking for her. I think I'm the only person that looks forward to surgeries or procedures because I get to see my baby again. Every month, my quality time with my daughter, Jordan, is leaving new flowers on her grave. I take her pink flowers most of the time because that was her favorite color. I tell her about her babies, her dad and I, her sisters and their lives. I just want my daughter back. One of the comforts I have is that when I do pass away and I wake up from death. My grandma, my mom, and my daughter will be waiting for me. And for that, I will be happy. But I cannot go yet. I need to live for her and her babies. My family and I are serving our own life sentences with you, Patrick, without our Jordan.
Hello, my name is Lira Cuellar. Hi, my name is Lira Cuellar, and on August 3rd, 2019, you took the lives of my sister Jordan Jamrowski Anchondo and her husband Andre Anchondo. The morning of August 3rd, 2019, I woke up and went to a funeral for someone from my church. I didn't know them well, but my mom did, and I went to support her. I remember sitting there and crying, not just because of the sadness that filled the faces of her family around me, but because it hit me that I was 19 years old and I had never really experienced death. It made me emotional to think about how lucky I had been. I remember thinking to myself, thank God I still have my whole family, and I couldn't imagine what it would feel like to lose someone I loved, especially at an age where I could truly understand what loss meant. Looking back, it feels eerie that I had that thought that morning, because later that very same day, everything changed. I had no idea that within hours, my family would be shattered, that we would be faced with the unimaginable, that we would soon be planning funerals for two people we loved more than anything, and that we'd be burying them in the same cemetery that I had just left, still carrying the weight of that morning's sadness, not knowing it was only the beginning. When we made the realization that day that Jordan and Andre were there, our minds were racing, clinging onto a slim hope that they were okay. Hours later, we had received a call that everything was in fact not okay. My oldest sister was gone. But in that moment, we couldn't grieve because we knew she had her family with her, husband and 2 of their 3 children that day. So sadness quickly left our minds and instead was replaced by fear. Fear of not knowing how many people we would have to bury that day. Would it stop with just Jordan? Please let it stop with just her. It's what I prayed over and over again. But the terror continued. We learned the next day Andre was gone as well, their baby recovering from his parents protecting him, and their oldest daughter safe. Since then, we've been living in a world that feels unfamiliar and broken. How do you explain the kind of grief that lives in your bones? The kind that doesn't just visit, but it settles in and finds a home in your chest. Here's how I've tried explaining this and explaining their loss. 5 Christmas mornings without their laughter. 5 Thanksgivings with 2 empty chairs at the table. Dozens of family gatherings where their absence echoes louder than the conversations. Over 2,000 mornings waking up to a world without them. I've watched seasons change, babies be born, and life move on in ways that they should have been a part of. Time has not made it easier, only more surreal. But in those years, life did not stop. It kept going. I got married, a moment Jordan should have been there for, crying alongside me with tears of happiness. Yet instead, I have a thread of sadness laced through my happiest moments, carried by the weight of her missing from them. Then came my babies, 2 beautiful boys. My oldest carries her name, because this is all I could give to him of her name. Not her hugs, not her laugh, just the name, Jordan. I moved away because everywhere I turned I saw them, and the neighborhoods that we drove through, blasting music and singing at the top of our lungs, and the faces that looked like theirs, and memories that wouldn't let me breathe. I didn't move to start fresh. I moved to survive, because staying felt like I was slowly being crushed under the weight of what could be. The city felt too loud and too quiet all at the same time. I couldn't heal in the same place that broke me. But leaving didn't make the pain stop. It just changed it. I carry guilt some days for not being closer. I carry guilt for choosing space when I know my parents are still living at the center of it all. But I was drowning, and that's what grief does. It isolates you. My parents now wake up every day to parent children who are grieving their mom and dad. All the while, they themselves grieve their own daughter and son-in-law. They do everything they can with grace and strength, but I know that they're tired. I know that they're heartbroken. I've watched them age faster than from grief. You have created a lifetime of pain for us. You have changed every tomorrow that was supposed to include them. And now all I'm left with are pictures and memories of them. Sitting here trying to explain what it feels like to have your heart ripped out twice. They deserve birthdays, anniversaries, children, growth, peace, because they were worth more than just 2 names on 2 headstones. They were my family, my people, and now there is a piece of me buried with them. For Jordan and Andre, I hope you remember them in every time you sleep, because I remember them every second I'm awake.
No.
You speak out of your
No. I'm Stephanie Melendez.
Stephanie.
Melendez? I wasn't going to speak. I had said what I needed to say during the federal. And I never wanted to face you again. But then I thought this time, instead of talking to you, I was going to tell everybody about the man that you stole. I'm going to share a letter that I wrote to my dad a few years ago when I was struggling to deal with my own grief and anger. Dear Dad, do you remember when I turned 16? You came into my room with a big phone book and you put it on my bed. And you simply said, "It's time for you to get a job." I remember being so angry with you and throwing a tantrum any 16-year-old would throw. You simply did this eye roll thing, and you walked out of my room, and you just said, "Welcome to the real world." Dad, thank you. Throughout life, you handed out these tiny life lessons that as a child I never noticed. From brushing your teeth, to turning off lights, to were you born in a barn, close that door, and never count your chickens before they hatch. You doled out these harsh realities of growing up too, like appreciating the food you were served, to saying no to going out and setting up a curfew. You signed failed tests and you forced structured study time. You sat and you held me when a friend died, and I learned just how cruel life could be. You taught me how to respect others, even when they didn't respect you. You sat me at a computer and taught me finances and how to manage money. You did the Donald Duck voice in the kitchen when you taught me how to cook. You showed me how to feed a turtle and how to care for every little living thing. You sat with me with your note-filled Bible and taught me spirituality and faith. You made me watch the news and learn politics, no matter how much I hated it. You also taught me how to voice my own opinion and stand by it, while simultaneously respecting a differing opinion, which led to very many heated debates between us. You made me apologize in person to anyone I had wronged. You taught me humility, humanity, and empathy. But my point is, Dad, thank you. Because of you, I grew up and was able to live wholeheartedly. I was able to stand up for myself. You made me into the strong woman I am today. You are reflected in every decision I make. Your lessons whisper back to me as I move through my life. I just only wish you were here to see. Looking back at 16-year-old me, I wish I could tell her it was worth it. Starting to work young and learning to manage my time around schoolwork and activities taught me something more than a paycheck. It taught me that you cannot just be handed and take what you want. You have to earn it. You have to work hard in life, and that life, yes, isn't fair. Dad, I wish I could sit this out and talk to you. How much my eyes have been open these past years since you've been gone. I wish I could hug you and thank you for being the man that you were, for being the father you were, to truly show you how appreciated and loved you were. And then I would ask your opinion in one of our usual talk sessions. Both of us in the kitchen cooking. I would ask you, what would you say to the boy who killed you? Because truly, I don't know. Anger is too much inside of me for what he did to you, for what he did to all of us. How do I even start to express that? Or say what needs to be said? How do I handle this? I can picture you there in the kitchen, giving me all your attention. You always did, no matter how tired or busy you were. When we asked you something, you were just there. You would probably remind me of one of those many lessons you taught me. What's happened has happened, and there's no changing it. There is no point in me holding on to this anger. There is no bringing you back. You're gone. I can, however, live my life in celebration of the man you were. I will share your story and your voice. My girls will grow and continue your legacy. You will be remembered. The boy who killed you, he deserves no more thought after this. That's when I knew what you would tell me and what you would say to him. You would be so angry, but you would say, he doesn't deserve any of our words. He doesn't deserve the time wasted on him. He doesn't deserve our thoughts, nor live in the shadows of everything we do in our lives. He isn't worth it. You will then tell me to live my life, to not let the anger ruin me. You will tell me to continue living and to watch my girls grow up and enjoy every tiny moment. You will tell me to teach them. You would tell me to teach them so that they may lead the next generation from the hate we felt that day, so that no one else will ever know what that pain felt like. I want this closure for us. I want to move forward and leave him and the courts behind us. I want to pass on life lessons to my girls just as you did, and remember the good memories with you and hand out those stories. I want your name to be known, not for your death, but for the amazing man and father you were. You gave yourself up that day, stood guard over them, shielded them. I hate that your last seconds were in fear and pain. But I know that the father you were and the one that I love, you would do it all again, without hesitation. You were the one that I knew could fix anything. The one who had all the answers. And you were the one who took the bullets for the ones you loved. You will never be forgotten. When I was a little girl, I had a lot of nightmares. I was scared of most everything. You would come into my room and turn on my Beauty and the Beast light and sit on the edge of my bed. And then we spoke about angels. You even pulled verses up in the Bible. Angels became a security thing for me. It became our thing. And you always reminded me of their protection and their guidance. I know you have your wings now. But I am not asking you to watch over us or guide us or protect us. But instead, I want you to rest. I want you to find peace because you deserve your peace. And I've got it from here.
Raúl Meléndez. On August 3rd, my family, forever changed by the Walmart shooting. My father-in-law was tragically taken from us, a kind, loving man who brought strength and warmth to everyone who knew him. Losing him in such a violent, senseless act has left an unfillable void in our lives. My daughter was also there that day. By some miracle, she survived. But survival doesn't mean she's unharmed. She carries the weight of what she saw, the fear, the confusion, the trauma. And as her parent, watching her navigate this pain is heartbreaking beyond words. I am a veteran who served, fought for our country. I served this country with honor, with the belief that we were supposed to protect one another, to stand against threats, not become them. I never imagined that my service would be followed by a tragedy like this, not on home soil, not in a place as ordinary as a grocery store where families shop together. As for the shooter, I struggle with how to even put my feelings into words. Anger doesn't cover it. Heartbreak doesn't either. What he did was cowardly, the complete opposite of what I stood for in uniform. He took a man I respected, traumatized my child, and tore through the safety of our community. There's no justification, no devastation. Our family is left trying to pick up these pieces. We live each day balancing grief, gratitude for those who survived, and a commitment to never let what happened on August 3rd be forgotten. Also, go a little bit off script a little bit. I never thought I'd see the day that I'd see a clown in handcuffs. Thank you.
When I first got the opportunity to write a statement, I wasn't really bothered by it. There were millions of things I wanted to say to you, but I found myself stuck because it occurred to me that no matter what I say, you won't care. Whether I yell about how you killed 23 people or how badly your mental state is, it does not matter to you. came to this realization when I had this paper in front of me. All I wanted to do was make you realize how bad the actions you did were. But I finally got this realization that a boy who took away my grandfather or decided to ruin a peaceful Sunday morning, that person does not feel a thing. And with that realization, it was so much harder for me to write this. But this isn't for you. These words I'm saying aren't meant for you. It's meant for the 9-year-old girl who wanted to go shopping with her grandparents on Sunday morning. Because she would want to yell at you for hours on end about what you did to her. She would tell you the shooting ruined her social life for several years. She would tell you something as simple as eating dinner out in public was scary. She would tell you how she felt true sadness for the first time when she saw her grandfather laying on the floor not alive. That is what 9-year-old me would say. But what I would say now is that I'm mad. I'm mad about how I'm labeled as this helpless girl who can't do anything for herself when I'm not. I'm a powerful survivor with a voice. I would say that I'm angry about having to say this to a boy who lacks a single thought of empathy. But I would say I am happy all this is over when I walk out of this courtroom free of you and the stress and frustrations on this case. On the same note, because you don't care, let me, a 14-year-old, say how happy I am they didn't give you death, because prison will make you suffer and death would have been the easy way out, when this is the last thing you deserve. I'm also asking everyone to listen to me, because the man who did all of this can't do anything to me anymore. He cannot change my life anymore. Then he already has, but everyone else, I don't want your pity. I am a survivor, not a victim, and I want to grow up without the shadow of the shooting or being labeled as such. I want to go to college and pursue my own dreams and future. I want to advocate for other survivors and influence the laws of society so no one has to go through what everyone in that store went through that Sunday morning. The statement was not for you. You can go to prison and rot, for all I care. The statement was for myself, for everyone who didn't have a voice, and for my grandpa who should still be here with me. This is my opportunity to express myself and be heard without judgment. So I'm going to walk out these doors and move forward with my life and not you haunt me anymore.
You're speaking for Ashley.
Yes. This statement is on behalf of Ashley Salazar. First, before I speak, I just want to say I don't want to say anything to Patrick. I don't think you deserve any recognition or any words or even my time. So moving on, this is not for you, but for the families of the victims. To the families of the victims, including my own, I wanted to express my deepest condolences for your loss. I know you probably hear that all the time, and it probably makes you feel numb to hear those words. But just know I have read and even had the opportunity to meet other families affected by this senseless act. And I'm so sorry, really, from the bottom of my heart and my soul goes out to every single one of you. It really was a tragedy, what happened to our loved ones. It was a heartless and cruel crime committed, was undeserving and unfair to be torn from the people we cared about. And my personal experience with what had happened, and I'm sure others feel the same. My soul aches every day losing the ones we shared our whole life with. I think about what happened every day since then. I will always think to myself, what could I have done differently? What could I have said? Or even I was there, what if I was there to do something different? But just so you are aware, I'm the sister and sister-in-law of Jordan and Andre Anchondo. Sometimes I wish you all would have had the opportunity to have met them. They were an amazing couple, an even better family. Not perfect, but as perfect as they could be. They really saved my life, and I owe my life to them because in the time that they were in my life, I'm gonna be honest, I was struggling with myself and my own personal obstacles. They made life so worth living, they really did. When I was having bad days, they made them better. And I was depressed or feeling down, They will really do anything in their capability to make everything all right. And even when they unfortunately were late to rest, they continue saving me by having my beautiful nieces and nephew. And I'm so beyond grateful to have had such a wonderful sister like Jordan, and even more fantastic brother-in-law like Andre. I haven't told my family this, but I remember the day after they passed. I was so miserable. I hated life. I hated cruel people. I hated everything at that moment. I was angry, frustrated, and confused. I was even more mad at God. I kept wondering, how could He let this happen to me? Haven't I gone through enough? Why my family? In that moment, I didn't know what to do, and I was so upset with God. I started to pray, and at first I was angry, and I blamed everything on Him, but then I realized I was hurting and I was grieving. I wasn't thinking straight and apologized to Him. I asked Him if I could just see them one last time. I was so appreciative, even if I couldn't even talk to them, but just to see they were all right and I would be happy. And in that moment, I didn't realize it at the time, but I fell asleep. And in my dream, I got to see Jordan and Andre again, and they gave me the biggest hug and the widest smiles I remember they used to have. I began to cry because I missed them so much, and then I heard them laughing, and I forgotten. I talked to them just like we used to talk, and I told them how much I missed them, how much I loved them, how sorry I was that I couldn't have been there to save them. I told them it should have been me instead of them. And they just listened, and they told me they loved me so much and how much they miss Mom and Dad and their kids and my other sister too, and Andre's family as well. But overall, they said not to blame myself for what happened. And they loved me and the family, and to take care of each other and do not forget about them. I remember I told them, how could I forget you? Oh my God. You were my angels. After I woke up, nobody was awake at that time, and I barely cried because I was hoping everything else was a dream. But then I realized, oh my God, it was all real and it all happened. Then I also came to the conclusion, even though it was the exact answer I was looking for, it was what I needed at that moment. Overall, I hope each of the victims' family also come to find the answers, the justice, and the overall answers they are looking for during this trying time. I know grieving is hard on all of us, but I pray your grievance eases over time. May the victims never be forgotten, and your love for them live forever. Thank you for your time, and just know El Paso hasn't forgotten you. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, good morning. My name is Francisco Rodriguez, Javier Rodriguez. I just want to, first of all, thank everybody, the first responders, law enforcement, all the families, or any help that was provided on August 3rd, 2019. Look at me. I'm talking to you. Look at me. So on August 3rd, 2019, my life was changed forever. My friends and my family, life was changed forever. The victims, all their families, all their friends, in the city of El Paso. Like the judge said yesterday, you came down to El Paso with the intention of tearing us apart, but all you did, you brought us together. You made us stronger. You made the community stronger. You made my family stronger, my friends. And I'm pretty sure the victims and the families of all this tragedy, you made them stronger from your actions. In a way, I'm glad that all this is coming to an end, so that way they can take all the attention away from you that you're trying to create, whether you try to create with this horrible with your horrible intentions that you were trying to do, to accomplish. You didn't accomplish your mission like the judge said yesterday. My son was 15 years old at the time. He was pretty much a bystander. He just went down there with his uncle to the bank. Look at me. Look at my son. You had the balls to come down here and do what you wanted to do, right? Look at him. I'm only asking you 2 minutes. 2 minutes of your time. You had over 10 hours to think about what you were going to do. Now you can't give me 2 minutes? Thanks to you, now I go to the cemetery with my family on my son's birthday. We take a cake, some ice cream, we go down there, sing happy birthday, and then we eat cake and ice cream. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, now I won't have the opportunity to punish him, to give him guidance. Thanks to you, his goals are gone. Everything vanished on August 3rd, 2019 because of you. A 15-year-old that had a lot ahead of him. I'm pretty sure he didn't do anything to you. I know for a fact. Like some other family members, they're veterans, they served their time, they went so that you had your right. Your parents had the right to have you here free. I did the same thing. I went down there to Iraq twice so that you could come and do this to us. I would have never thought that, I went down there, put my life in danger, to protect us here, the U.S., our country, and for somebody inside our comfort zone come in and do all this to us. You know, I wish I could just get 5 minutes with you, you know, me and you, and get all this, get it over with. But from all the bad and all the harm and all the damage that you intended to do, you know, I have to focus on the good stuff, you know, what came out of it. It's hard to get to see the good that came out of this horrible situation from your actions. You know, I speak for myself. It brought me closer to my kids, my family, my friends. You know, I feel bad for them because now every time they go out, I'm asking them, hey, where you at? Make sure you pay attention, stay alert. But hey, it brought me closer to them. And the most important thing is that, you know, it brought me back to God. So I know for a fact my son is sitting next to God, and I'm looking forward for the same thing, you know, when he says it's my time. You probably think that you make me lose sleep over what you did, but I'm not going to give you that pleasure. I know he's in a better place, and all this, like I said, I'm glad it's over, because that way they can take all the attention away from you. You know, you'll have plenty of time now to think about it, think about everything that you did for a very, very long time. And I'm pretty sure you will lose some sleep over it in jail. You'll have plenty of time to think about what you did and everything on your cell, on your 6x8 cell. You know, I don't wish you bad. You know, your time will come when God says it's your time. You know, you'll be accountable for your actions to Him. I just wish I could say a lot more things. But that's it. That's all.
Yes, Hilton Dean. Hi, remember us? We told you we'd be back, didn't we? Yeah, we did. And we're back. So, eyes on me. It's the least you can do. These people out here, and it's disgusting. First thing I want to say to you, it is I wrote something down, but I just don't. First thing I got to get off my mind, it is disgusting that you could not even get your lawyer to say to these people that you are sorry for what the hell you did. Hell you did. You at least say this, sir. They did more for you than you did for them, you asshole. They did more for you. They saved your fucking life. And you can't say you're sorry? No, he deserves it. Somebody's got to tell him the goddamn truth. Excuse my language, God, because I love you, Lord. You couldn't even put in your statement. You made a political statement. Good job. But you couldn't say you're sorry. Are you sorry? Did you accomplish any damn thing? No, you didn't. Except for pain and hell. I've been doing this off and on, me and my husband, since I met this beautiful man that Miss Margie Ricard gave birth to, and the God gave me. I've been doing this for 13 years, and not one damn thing has changed. Not one gun law, not nothing, between two assholes. They need for a campaign. Oh yeah. Oh, let's get back to that. Because I knew after the federal trial that somebody needs a campaign on something, right? Right? So I knew that this was going to be a campaign issue. But thank God I did like him and I had no problems except for that one beef with him. That one beef. Thank God. He probably took a political risk. But this DA, y'all don't hold this against him. I'm pretty sure y'all think he did something that he probably is going to put him out of it because people are going to be angry for what he did. But he did go around to the families, and you listen. Finally, somebody damn listened to us and didn't put them through a murder trial. Because I've been through a murder trial, and I know what it's like to sit at that table and watch your family, how you hear them when they're getting shot. Just like she did on that movie. Oh yeah, that's great too, by the way. By the way, some asshole out there made money off of us, off of our pain and our suffering. The media made their 5 minutes go. I have begged for off and over 13 years. 13 years. I have begged the media, stop it. Stop putting people on TV. Stop it. And they keep doing it. I have asked and asked and asked people. Sorry if I feel angry. I'm not going to apologize for being angry. I have a right to be angry. I have asked people over and over, and I ask politicians, and I know people, because that's what happens when you're in this for a very long time. You get to know people. And I've asked people, I have asked over and over this one question. If somebody is sick, why the hell do they have a gun in their hand that can hurt somebody? Why? Somebody, please, God, if somebody could just tell me why this is. Why this is. I wrote some things down, and I'll get to that. But I had to get this off my chest, because I thought, it dawned on me when we was coming to this was going to be my last time. This was going to be my last time in court between two murder trials. Not just 2 murder trials, 2 fucking mass shootings. Not 1, let's look again, 2 in 2 different states. And there again, nothing has fucking changed. You're disgusting. You are disgusting. And I feel bad, and this other part of me feels bad for you. Feels bad for you. And because you're a young man, and you threw your damn life away. Just like that asshole that did it in Alabama. He threw his life away. For what? Nothing. Nothing. You're not going to know what it's like I do, to go down the road in a beautiful convertible. I got a pretty car. Beautiful convertible. Singing and singing and enjoying. You're not going to know what it's like to hold your grandbaby, your sweet little grandbaby, in your arms, to watch your kids fall in love. Also, you rob them of that. My husband asked me, one time, he said, why does it bother you about my mom? You didn't know my mom that long. I said, but I was getting to know your mom. And he robbed me of her. I was robbed. I was robbed of her. She was a sweet lady that had a hard life. A hard life. And bless her heart, she just found some peace in El Paso, Texas. For the last few years of her life, she finally got a little bit of stability and a little bit of happiness of all the moving and all the hell they went through. But they were repairing their relationship. Not only did you rob me, you robbed him. And all that sweet old lady was doing was standing and just trying to get her little old check, cash. Everybody, I've been to Walmart. Oh yeah, I did that too. I've been to Walmart, and I talked to people that knew her, and they said that they looked forward to seeing her come in because she had such a nice heart. She was kind. And the sad part, if you'd probably the majority of these people in here, they would have helped you. They would have helped you. And I don't really buy it one bit after I sat there and analyzed. Yeah, you get analytical too after this too. Analytical. You had plenty of time to go get some damn help. And don't tell me you didn't, because you could have Baker acted your ass. All you had to do is just go to a hospital, because I've worked around in hospitals for many, many years, and I know this. You could have worked in a hospital, went to a hospital, Baker acted your sorry ass, and they would have put you in for 3 days, and they could have evaluated you. But no, you had more time to go buy a gun. To buy a gun, you had to plan this. You had to go buy a gun. You had to drive 9 hours here. You had to drive. And I hope that Subway sandwich tastes really damn good to you, because it's probably the last best food you'll ever get. Because I used to work in a jail. I used to cook the food in the jail. It tastes like shit. Really does. And by the way, I want to thank the people in the jails, the officers, but I also want to thank those correction officers that put up with these assholes every day, because they don't hardly get any respect or hardly somebody come up and say thank you. And I just want to say thank you, because God knows I got to know of you. It's been kind of a, this is shut up a minute, but it's been a kind of a parallel week for me. I went for somebody that's about your age, watched him graduate from the police academy. Oh yeah, with honors. And then I had to miss I had to miss 2 days because of you. I had to miss 2 days because I had to come here with my grandbaby, which automatically just pissed me off. But the one thing I want to leave, 2 other things I want to say, a few more things I want to say, and I will get out of the way. I was pleasant enough to meet some. This has all been the bad, but I want to tell y'all the good right quick. Like, during my 13 years of doing this, I have met some beautiful people. some beautiful people, and I've been through a lot of beautiful things. I've helped put Memorial Garden in place. I've seen people come together like no other. I don't talk about you, hardly. I talk about the love that everybody had for everybody. This country came together. A lot of times we're all divided, but we all come together. We came together just for a few minutes. Just for a few minutes, we came together. I hope you're sorry. I really do. But I'll still say it again. It is pathetic, pitiful, that you couldn't tell these people you're sorry after but they will be remembered one day in history that they showed compassion to another human soul more than you did. And that's one thing I will take with me for the rest of my life, that they showed more compassion than they were showed. Because if it hadn't been for us, and we'd went the other way, you would have fried one day. I promise you that. So I hope you rethink that before this is over. And at least tell these people that you are sorry. They might not care, but one day that you're sorry. That's the least you could have done for these people. And another thing, two more things. I can't end my conversation without mentioning these two beautiful people that I've met out of all the other people I've met. One is my mother. When we told her, I said this in a federal trial, but I think it's a story to share. When we told her that we went and told this frail old woman that was sick that her daughter had died along with three other people. Three other people. You know what she did? She got the minister and all of us around that was there to hold hands. And I thought this was appropriate. And she asked for prayer for that boy's family. Because she said nobody wins. Nobody wins. Nobody wins. When young people throw their lives away, nobody wins. And I remember that every day. And I try to remember to have that kind of compassion in my heart for another human soul. For another human soul. And then the other lady I have to tell you about is Marion Sheehan. She's a pioneer. She just passed away. We wouldn't all be here if it wasn't for ladies like her. Just a little old school teacher. Little old school teacher that her daughter got killed. And she fought for victims' rights. And that's one of the reasons that we are here now. And we have our rights to say what we want for ladies like her. So I just want to tell you that story because if I can encourage anybody to go out and ask these questions, why is it so hard to take a damn gun away from somebody that is sick? Or mentally, they could have dementia. They don't necessarily have to be a psychopath over here like him. But we need something to stop some of this violence. And may God bless you, rest your soul. I'm done with you. I didn't know if you wanted me to change spots with you.
I told you the last time I saw you, I'd see your face again. Well, here I am. I've been trying to figure out what to say to you. No matter what I say, though, it's not going to bring back all the lives that were stolen that August 3rd morning, including including my mother, Margie Rickard. Not only were lives taken, but many were left traumatized and scarred for life. You're a disgrace to humanity. And to your family. I've noticed your family isn't here. They'll probably have to hide for the rest of their lives because the evil you brought upon their name. I've noticed you're looking a little rough these days. It could be you're trying to scam the system still. Or being incarcerated is starting to wear you down. I hope that what you've experienced these past 5 years, going on 6 now, is 100 times worse for you when you go to prison. I'm not buying into this mental illness issue that your lawyers want us to believe. To me, you're just a copycat killer who wanted some attention. You may have succeeded in getting life in prison instead of being sentenced to death. My hope is you'll wake up each morning wishing you were dead. To the media, my opinion is we wouldn't have copycat killers like this if you didn't air them on the news. I also want to believe that no decent human being wants to see garbage like this aired. This is real life. It's not a movie. To the present and future district attorneys, administrations, please remember that you were voted in office to represent the people of this city with your utmost respect and integrity. Work hard every day so that people like me can have faith in the justice system. To the system itself, it upsets me that this diabolical scum has the right to representation when you and I know he deserves death for his crimes. Facing the death penalty scared you. Every day for the rest of your life, you're going to be living in constant fear. Every day. Which is worse? Death or living in fear? I'm going to continue to move forward. That's what my mother would have wanted me to do. That's what my mother would have wanted me to do. I'm married to a beautiful and supportive wife. She's a little feisty, as you can see.
Yeah, I am.
I have 3 biological sons,
Biracial sons.
3 stepchildren, and a granddaughter. I have friends. I have a good job. I get to ride down the road in my little convertible and enjoy the fresh air. I have a life. I have a life. Your life is going to be taking orders from people you barely know. Taking orders right now from your lawyers. You haven't moved 1 inch since I've been in this courtroom. You're sitting there. I don't know if you're looking at me or if you're looking at that floor down there, but your lawyers taught you to do well. Like a little dog, take orders. You'll be living in a cage like an animal. Think about that. Living in a cage like an animal. Eating food that I wouldn't give to my pets. Living in chains. And again, living in constant fear. This is the life you'll live now because of your crimes. The Mexican Latino population will continue to grow and live life to its fullness and thrive while you rot in hell. I don't understand how you can go from an innocent little infant to being the monster you are. If I were sitting in that seat right now, I'd be thinking I'd made a really, really stupid decision that morning on August 3rd. You gave away a life that could have been prosperous, could have done a lot of good things maybe. But because you wanted to be a copycat killer who didn't get enough attention from your mommy or your daddy or whoever, you decided to go out and kill 23 innocent souls. Didn't deserve it. You're going to wake up every morning. I don't know how you cannot think about that. To me, I'm thinking you're having a pretty decent day right now. You get to go away from the jail cell that you've been in almost 2 years now, and get a little fresh air from the distance of the garage maybe to the courthouse here. And you get to see people wearing suits and dresses, and it's a change of scenery from seeing prison walls. But that's what you got to look forward to when you get done for here today. That's your life. What a... There's so many things that I would like to say, but I really, it's not going to do any good. So many questions I have for you that I know you're not going to sit over there and tell me the answers to them. I forgive you, though. In order to be forgiven, you have to forgive others. That's the only reason I forgive you. May God have mercy on your soul.
Just want to make sure.
Are you here?
Yes, sir. August 3rd, 2019 is a day that will be embedded in my mind for as long as I live, as a day that horrifically flipped my family's world upside down. It still brings heartache, anger, anxiety, and depression to remember the events of that nightmarish day, and reliving them to write this statement has been extremely difficult, mentally exhausting, and emotionally taxing. When I married my wife, my mother-in-law, Maribel Hernandez, said to me that she was not losing a daughter, but gaining a son instead. She even told me to call her mom, and that she was going to treat me like one of her own. Remembering that night before the incident, while on the phone with my wife, she told me, "God be with you," is excruciatingly painful. You see, this is the only mother figure in my life that has told me, "I'm proud of you, son, for the man, husband, and father that you are." She would send me encouraging text messages at the moments when I needed them the most. I could always talk to her knowing that she would understand where I was coming from and not criticize or reproach me. Leonardo Campos, or Leo as I knew him, was a gentle and extremely patient man. Like a big teddy bear. The type of person that wouldn't hurt a fly, always seeking for the positive side of things. Leo was never confrontational. He was so calm, mellow, and friendly with everyone. He once told me that it was a waste of time and energy to be angry. His thing was to get together, have some beers, and fire up the grill. Let's have a great time, he would say. I remember how happy Mom and Leo were because we had plans to visit South Padre Island before the kids went back to school. It depresses me to remember that our plans for Thanksgiving and Christmas with them were also ripped from us that catastrophic day. My children had just spent part of their summer with them, one they will surely never forget. Never in our wildest dreams did we think that an individual's imbecilic ideology would yank our loved ones from us in such a gruesome way. My wife not only lost a mother, she also lost her best friend with whom she would have coffee chats daily. She lost her stepfather who loved her and our children like they were his own. My kids loved their grandparents, who they loved very much, and were looking forward to seeing them again when we all went to South Padre Island. Mom used to say it was one of God's most peaceful creations where you could sit in silence, enjoy the sunset, and rejuvenate. They loved playing board games with my children and listening to the advice and stories. My youngest daughter will never get to know her grandmother and her grandfather, and will only hear about them through our stories. She will grow up only to find out that a mentally deprived loner stole her ability to experience the love her grandparents had for her. My family must live with the heartache and pain that comes with their absence daily. Mom and Leo were the type to share what little they had with anyone who needed it, regardless of where they came from or what they looked like. They would always say that we had to love God's children as He loved us. Praying with people without shame or hesitation, anytime and anywhere that it was needed. Trust in God's plan, they would say. Things will happen on His time in accordance to His will. I struggled with this after that horrific day, being a hardcore advocate for the death penalty. Then out of nowhere, our good Lord Jesus Christ called me to complete my holy sacraments. After months of prayer, reading the Holy Bible, and asking God to guide me, to give me divine wisdom and understanding, I started to build and strengthen my relationship with God, and that is when it dawned on me. The only way to honor Mom and Leo is to serve Jesus Christ and attempt to follow in His footsteps, using this platform to reach out, telling all of humanity to wake up, to open our eyes and realize that we're all God's children. We need to stop thinking that somehow we're different only because of the different shades of our skin pigmentation. Everyone is part of one race, the human race. We all have the same organs, breathe in oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide through our nose, eat and drink via our mouths. God created us in His holy image and sent His Son, Jesus Christ, to live among us and set the example of how we were to treat one another. Jesus taught us through his actions to treat each other with humility, patience, compassion, and forgiveness. It's through service and love for one another that we draw closer to God and eternal life with him in his holy kingdom. It wasn't until I fully gave myself to the Holy Trinity that I realized evil is the absence of God. And everything is possible only with him in our lives. We must all seek to strengthen our relationship with our Creator, and I hope that one day you, Mr. Crucius, realizes this and truly repents. I invite you to truly and honestly seek and start a relationship with our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. For you too will one day have to answer to him on the day of your true judgment. If Jesus was able to forgive Judas, who betrayed him, and even wash his feet, even Longinus, the Roman soldier who pierced Jesus' side on the cross, was forgiven by him and eventually canonized. I choose to live a life of peace, love, humility, and compassion, and tranquility. Then in the name of Jesus, I forgive you, and may God have mercy on your soul. Amen.
Bill, are you Michelle?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Michelle Grady. I am a survivor of course, the August 3rd terror attacks on our city. And August the 3rd, although it was a hot and sunny day, we received a dark cloud of hate over our beautiful city. While I was out grocery shopping, I stopped to donate money. Well, I intended to stop and donate money to a group of children's a soccer team. On my way out the store, that is when the shots rang out. And chaos took over all the surrounding areas. As I was shot for the last time, I hit the ground, and one of the workers, a Mexican-American man, came out at some point, helped me, wrapped his clothing around all of my 4 wounds to help stop the bleeding, and stayed with me and gave me words of comfort, although he didn't have to. I prayed on that day that God would forgive me of my sins, and that if it be his will, that I would continue to live and my parents didn't have to find out that I was murdered outside of a grocery store. In that time, just as anyone would, well, most people would, when you're injured, I thought that I needed to reach out to my mother. I wanted her to hear it from me. So I called her and I spoke to her. And of course she was shocked. And prayerfully, she was right next to the store at the local mall. And she made her way over to me. She promised me that she would come. So her, along with my guardian angel, his name is Thomas, They stayed with me, held on to my wounds. Eventually, when the ambulances arrived, they worked together to get me onto a flatbed cart from Sam's Club and run me up the hill to the ambulance. At the time, I stayed conscious. And the ambulance, I don't know, the EMTs didn't think that I was critical because of that. And so they didn't want to take me. And me being a normally pretty fiery young adult was in a state where I could not argue. I was getting really tired. And so thankfully my mother was there and she made sure that I got onto that ambulance. I was indeed losing a lot of blood, although you couldn't see it because of the wrappings around me. I was put into a medically induced coma. I had a collapsed lung. I was unable to walk because of a shattered partial pelvis. So I had to learn how to walk again at the age of 33. I had to learn how to breathe on my own. I had over a dozen surgeries. And I also went to rehab as I was learning to walk again and use my right hand that was also injured. I had so many, my father is a pastor. I've been in the church my whole life. And for the first time in my life, I couldn't pray because I didn't know what to say. And so thankfully, my parents and the community really carried me through spiritually so that I was able to know what to say. At that time, I did learn that my coworker and his wife, Leo and his wife were murdered inside of the store. I had so many questions about why, how, everything we're taught is, don't go out at night alone, keep your head on a swivel, and all those things, it was the morning. And it was so scary for me to think about what my life would be. Would I be able to walk again? Would my intestines heal? And I got to watch my traumatized loved ones put aside their own lives to try to care for me. But through it all, I received an amazing outpour of love locally and globally. My job was amazing, and it really helped hearing words of encouragement from complete strangers. And I know I have people today that still reach out to me or my parents just to check on me. And it means a lot to me. And the Sun City came out in really the darkest time of my life. And I had the determination to live. I didn't want to give this person the satisfaction of knowing that although I lived, that I would not live my life to the fullest, and I wouldn't be a compassionate and I wouldn't advocate. So that was part of my determination to get my health back to whatever I could do. I know God had blessed me to survive, and that I needed to put into work to thrive and to continue to grow. I feel a strong sense of responsibility as a survivor to speak for those who are not here any longer. I know how incredibly blessed I am to be here. I know how easily it could have gone the other way. So I'd use my voice to speak up through work for veterans who have seen war and active duty people. And as I go through life, I realize that we are all fighting a battle that other people don't know about, we're not privy to. And so I try to live my life with more compassion and realize that life is truly a gift and it's not promised. I try my best to spread love to our future generations, knowing that they're growing up in a world that I didn't. The world has changed so much, and it's such a scary place, I'm sure, for the little ones. So I'll continue to advocate for mental health, as I did months and months of counseling and psychiatric help to try to lower my PTSD, which is something that I will carry with me along with the shrapnel that I have throughout my whole body. I have a reminder every day. Physically, I have to push myself every day, mentally every day. But I know even that is a gift, to be able to do that. I have met some amazing people of all races and backgrounds. My surgeons have kept up with me, and everyone at the UMC really put in their hearts and their souls while caring for us, and I know that that was taxing for them as well. And I think that the response to hate should always be love, because we can't control other people, but we can control how we react and how we have compassion for those who are hurt. This event does not define my life. It slowed me down, but by the grace of God, I was not stopped. The love continues and the work continues. There's plenty to do. There's people who need you. There's work to be done for the good as we live our lives to combat the evil that surrounds us. So I'll continue to advocate for the victims and the survivors, and I appreciate all of the love and support that I have received from the community, from the world, and I thank God for my life.
Miss Melissa and Yolanda.
Yes. My name is Yolanda Tinajero. I'm the eldest sibling of Arturo Benavides. My brother was a kind, sweet-hearted person. He was married to Pati for over 30 years, and they never had children of their own. So all the nephews and nieces on both sides of our families were treated as their children. He did his best in contributing for all of them on special occasions, such as birthdays, quinceañeras, graduations, school events, baskets for Easter, and gifts for Christmas. That's who he was. He was there for all of these people and also gave guidance and comforting words to those that were going through teenage growing pains. He wasn't perfect, but he gave his best. He gave a lending ear to all of those, so I want you to imagine how much he spread himself to all in their lives without complaining. He was a very special person and very much loved by all and well liked by those who just met him. So you can imagine the value of my brother's life that you took so heartlessly. I want you to imagine and understand how his wife Patty has been left alone without her partner for life. Now she lives alone in their home, full of memories that she cannot forget. Even though family does come around and stay with her for a while, it's not the same as her having her husband live with her. She is very lonely and is now going through health issues that have to do with a broken heart. As for me, I feel an empty space in my heart for him. But in this empty space, I still have room for forgiveness for you. At first, I was very angry at you, but God helped me to surpass this anger with forgiveness. I feel in my heart to hug you very tight so you could feel my forgiveness, especially my loss. But I know it's not allowed. I want you to see and feel all of us who have been impacted by your actions that has brought us all closer with God's love, which shows you that this great city of El Paso is a very forgiving place to dwell in. If you would have come before to get to know our culture, you would have experienced what warm and good-hearted people us Hispanics are. We would have opened our doors to you to share a meal, breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Mexican style. So then your ugly thoughts of us that have been instilled in you would have turned around. Now you have the rest of your life to live in loneliness, and in that loneliness, you will feel ours. You're so young to live this way, but that's the choice you made. I hope and pray that you repent and ask the Lord for forgiveness for your soul's sake. May God have mercy on your soul when your time comes. And I truly say this from the bottom of my heart.
Ma'am, would it truly bring you peace and comfort and healing to hug him?
Yes.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
My name is Melissa Tinajero. August 3rd, 2019 is the day that time stood still and our lives changed forever. That is the day that you came here and destroyed so many lives. That is the day you took my Uncle Turi, Arturo Benavides, from this world in the most heinous way possible. You took my mom's brother and my uncle. You took my aunt's husband as she feared for her own life. It was a day of complete chaos. Not being able to comprehend what was happening and realizing that our family was affected. The utter shock to learn that my aunt and uncle were there was unbelievable. The fact that my Aunt Pati just barely escaped with her life, but my uncle was missing, was more than we could bear. I remember the anguish my brother suffered as he held on to any shred of hope overnight that my uncle could still be alive. It has been by far the hardest thing our family has had to accept. We are left to pick up the pieces of your mess. My Uncle Turi was a gentle man. He loved us all beyond measure. I was his eldest niece and got to receive his love the longest. We are lucky to have had him in our lives. He and my aunt never had children, but he had 7 brothers and sisters, many aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, nephews, and friends who loved him very much. And he touched each life in his own special way. He was funny and silly. He was the best part of every family function with his funny catchphrases. He made us all laugh so much. He loved to be with family. He never missed a party. He looked forward to every holiday when we would all come together. He was also kind and generous. He was there for everyone in their time of need. He loved his life with his wife. He loved his dog. He lived his life honorably and with dignity, and life is not the same without him. You stole that from us. The impact of your actions is far beyond our single family. You cold-heartedly massacred 23 beautiful souls, leaving entire families shattered. You physically injured 22 innocent people who will suffer for the rest of their lives. I can't imagine the deep emotional distress of the tons of witnesses that were there that day. Everyday people living their everyday lives, now living with horrific images that they will never unsee. The employees who did their best to bring people to safety in that unthinkable situation. The first responders of every agency imaginable who rushed into that nightmare. Law enforcement officials who had to go into that gruesome scene. I don't know that you will ever comprehend the enormity of what you did that day. But in the face of all that destruction, something beautiful happened. This incredible city of ours came together in unity and love. We consoled one another. We grieved together. We loved each other. Never had I felt so much love and support. And this tragedy has been so hard to endure. Today, I am deeply conflicted. It is not in my nature to hate a stranger. I feel sorry for you, but I'm still angry. I hope that after today, I can release that and that you will fade away into obscurity. My personal feeling is that if there was ever a case that merited death, this is it. However, out of respect for my aunt and the many other families affected by your actions who want to see this heartache come to an end now, I surrender my personal desires. My final request for justice is to my Lord and Savior. I leave you in God's hands and to His judgment. May God have mercy on you.
Peace be with you.
What's your name, ma'am?
Angela Hubbard.
Thank you. The first year's You prefer that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And did somebody leave this? Okay. My name is Angela Hubbard. I was at the Walmart shooting. First, I want to offer my sincerest condolences to the family and friends of the 23 victims who were murdered. The 22 that were injured physically, and to all those like me who were emotionally injured by Patrick Crusius. I am very sorry for all your pain and sorrow. I am not any more special than any of the victims. I don't know why God spared me August 3rd, 2019. I strive every day to do God's will. I don't take a day for granted. On August 3rd, 2019, I went to Walmart to return a kitchen mat. I went into Walmart at the McDonald's entrance and proceeded to customer service. I returned a kitchen mat and paid for 2 bags of ice. When I left customer service, a Walmart employee and I bumped into each other. She told me, "There's a shooter. Run." I hadn't heard any shooting yet. She was approximately 20 years old with light brown hair. I am grateful for the warning this Walmart employee gave me, because otherwise I would have gone towards the Walmart exit. You saved my life, whoever you are, and thank you. I entered Walmart that morning through the McDonald's entrance exit, and that's how I would have exited. So again, a very sincere thank you. After her warning, I started running towards the middle entrance exit of Walmart. While running, I saw an emergency exit door, which I took. I told myself, yes, this is a blank emergency. I pushed through a set of metal doors. I ran approximately 30 feet and pushed through another set of metal doors. I found myself outside in front of Walmart. It was very quiet, eerily quiet. I thought to myself, there might be another shooter outside. So I dropped to the ground as fast as I could and decided to play dead. I hoped that no one had seen me. To protect my brain, I placed my head between the Walmart exterior wall and a garbage can. I was facing Walmart. I didn't move, and I was trying to breathe as shallow as possible so as not to move my rib cage. I started praying, "Hail Mary, full of grace." At that moment, I couldn't remember all the words to the Hail Mary. When I was a little girl, I learned the Hail Mary and the Our Father before making my first Holy Communion. At that moment, I couldn't remember most of the words to those prayers. I could only remember Hail Mary, full of grace, so I said it over and over to myself. I laid on the pavement as still as possible, trying to appear dead. I was breathing very shallow. My face was turned towards the Walmart wall. I thought about my family and how much I love them. I wanted to call them on my phone, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed on the ground. I prayed silently, and I thought of my parents who had died a year before the Walmart shooting. I prayed and asked them to protect me. I just kept saying to myself, "Hail Mary, full of grace," over and over. Then I see Patrick Crusius coming out of the middle exit. I say to myself, "Oh God, I see the shooter." He's coming out of the Walmart. He was walking out of the middle entrance exit door with the AK-style rifle pointed straight up. My heart sank because I thought, that's it. My life is over. I'm going to be murdered and I can't escape. Patrick Crusius was walking with speed, confidence, and determination as he walked out of the Walmart that morning. I saw you. He didn't look scared or nervous to me. I thought to myself, I made a huge mistake. I should have run and hid in the parking lot. I just thought there might be another shooter outside, so that's why I had dropped to the ground and played dead. I thought, now I'm stuck in this location and I'm going to be murdered. This is where my life is going to end. That was the most horrific, disgusting feeling. Then he was out of my view because of the garbage can, and I certainly wasn't going to move my head. I didn't know where he was. I heard him shooting the gun. I laid on the ground as still and quiet as possible. I prayed for my life. I didn't know if he was going to walk up behind me and shoot me. I heard approximately 4 to 6 gunshots. The sound was very loud. Then it was over. People started getting up from the pavement. Patrick Crucius, I fooled you. I tricked you. I was alive playing dead. I could have been your 24th victim. You could have shot and murdered me. There I was on the ground, playing dead and praying. I'm one of the survivors that got away. I hope the thought that I survived upsets you. I survived. I'm here. Patrick Crucius wrote in his manifesto that he was attacking Mexicans at Walmart due to their invasion of Texas. You are so wrong and so confused. The Mexicans were here first. Apparently, you failed Texas history in high school because Texas was originally part of Mexico. Texas was granted its independence in 1836, and in 1845 it was annexed by the United States. At that point, some Mexican, hang on. At that point, some Mexicans stayed in Texas and some returned to Mexico. I wish you had studied the facts before you started shooting Mexicans at Walmart. I am a proud Mexican American. I have brown hair, brown eyes, and brown skin. I was born and raised in El Paso, Texas, by a wonderful, loving family. My grandparents were born in Mexico and New Mexico. They crossed to the United States over 110 years ago. I come from a highly educated and hardworking family. Every family member has contributed to many Texas communities. We have received many opportunities from Texas, but we have all also given back. For example, my father and 2 uncles were in World War II, and a brother-in-law served in Vietnam. I could go on and on how each family member has contributed to Texas. There just isn't enough time. Gun violence can happen to anyone and anywhere. We are all equally at risk of gun violence. In Texas, it is legal to buy a rifle or shotgun at 18 years of age, and it is legal to purchase a handgun at age 21. Buyers must provide valid identification such as a driver's license. Background checks are not required for private firearm sales. Background checks are required if a gun is purchased by a licensed firearm dealer. Texas does not have a red flag law, which allows temporary firearm removal from individuals who are identified as a risk to themselves or others. In the state of Texas, handguns must be carried in a holster if they are visible. Firearms are not allowed in certain areas, such as schools, polling places, and airport zones. Individuals 21 or older can carry a handgun openly or concealed without a license, provided they meet legal requirements. For example, no felony convictions. Because of the leniency of these gun laws in Texas, I believe Patrick Crusius was able to follow through with this mass shooting. I am asking Texas politicians to work together and write stricter gun laws to protect Texas citizens. It is crucial and urgent. Gun violence must stop. We need politicians in Texas who are willing to stand up for gun laws to protect their constituents. The time for action is now. Let's prevent gun violence of any kind. Patrick Crusius, I am enjoying every day in the free world, while you will be rotting in prison, in a prison cell for the rest of your life. I was trapped on the ground, playing dead during the shooting. But you're the one trapped now, rotting in a prison cell as long as you live. After today, I never want to see your face. I never want to hear your name. You are nothing to me, absolutely nothing. To all first responders and essential workers that responded to the Walmart mass shooting, thank you for your willingness to respond to a potentially dangerous situation and provide life-saving assistance. You are heroes in our community. Finally, I want to praise the courage of the families and friends of the 23 victims and those who were injured physically and emotionally. Your strength and determination to rise above this horrific tragedy is a beautiful example to all survivors. I want to thank my family. I didn't write this down, but they're sitting in a back row there. I want to thank them for their love and support for almost 6 years. When this happened, I went over and over everything that had happened, and they were so patient and kind with me. They listened and listened and listened to me. And I can't thank you enough. My husband, my daughter, my son who cannot be here today, some of my brothers and sisters are here today, and their children and their spouses. And I want to thank them because I was very scared and very frightened for a very long time, and they were patient and they loved me and they listened to me. And I thank them and my husband, who is so dear to me. Thank you, everyone, for your time today, and El Paso Strong. When I see those T-shirts, they make me happy. They give me strength and courage. So thank you, everyone, when you wear those T-shirts. It makes me feel good. I survived. I'm here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess until 1:30, at which time we will continue with our victim.
Right, right. Mr. Hammond?
No. Are you up here for this? No, I just come and say hi to everybody.
What are we? Oh, is that extra? Okay. Who? Oh, yeah, he'll be right in. He will. There he is in the back right now.
Oh,
Did you see him, sir?
He will.
He will be. Speak with him? No.
Well, I just want to say hi, Mark.
Oh, you. Let's put your phones out, no pictures, please. Hear audio, but no pictures, please.
seated, please. Mr. Montoya, let's continue with your families at this time. Are you Carla?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. May I begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I told you at the federal sentencing that you were going to see me again. You and I did not get what we wanted. I wanted you dead, and you wanted me dead. I'm not here to make myself look powerful, but I'm here to remind you how powerless you are. You, Patrick Crucius, the white supremacist, who tried to bend me to my knees. You, Patrick Crucius, your voice trembled at your sentencing. It also trembled when you were handing your rights over. You did not come looking for my mom. You were looking for me. I can see you. I'm the one that can see you. The systemic racism that affects not just people like me or my mom, but all of us, including you. The system was not built for people like me or you. I kept repeating at the sentencing and how I can see you. And I'm going to tell you what I meant by that. We're both in the same system. The system that is built to oppress people like me. The system that was also built in the illusion and inflicted upon us through fear. The illusion in where white supremacy prevails on. but I can see you. You shook the hand of the same poison that poisons our country, that for long has been suffering from it. And you were expecting that somehow it was going to spare you from it. That you yourself were not going to suffer from the consequences of white supremacy. But look at you now. White supremacy spares no one. Any form of hate spares no one. White supremacy is the snake that eats its own tail. You are going to die like a coward. You who suffers from psychoaffective disorder, along with other things such as autism, one of the most stigmatized mental illnesses. I know that you have dealt with the same system that we all deal with or have dealt with. The system is not built for me, but neither for you. My mom is also proof that you have failed. Like I said, you can't hide from me. I see you, and I'm here to tell you that you did not win. The woman, my mother, who you killed, outsmarted you. The week before the tragedy, my mom spoke to me in regards of how she would want things to go if anything were to happen to her. In a deep conversation, she also let me know her thoughts and how I did as a daughter. And the rest is for me to keep, because I truly believe that you're still not worthy to know me as a person. but I'm going to speak of the woman that outsmarted you. I wasn't taught to be a good person. And I'm not here to tell you that I'm better than you and how good I am versus you. But I am going to share of the woman who raised me. My mom was a widow and the sole provider of our household. She worked full-time. This woman was so smart, so intelligent, astute, that even at 29, I can't seem to figure out how she did the things that she did. In childhood, my mom would choose the weekends to clean the house. But in that weekend, we were also taught how to fold socks and fold our underwear, uniform to place in our drawers. Was it fun? No. Me and my sister hated it. We sometimes even fought due to the fact that we didn't even want to do it. She taught me discipline. She also taught me how to get out of my comfort zone. As a child, I was very shy. And somehow, being a full-time employee, she found a way to get me out of my shell. Was it stressful? Yes. Was it uncomfortable? Yes. And I will forever be thankful for her, because I struggled a lot with self-confidence as a kid, as losing my father at a very young age. She taught me to be just and fair. I have wished that was also her demise. She taught me to speak against injustices or unfairness. And sometimes, even at this age, I think she took pride on that, because she would bother me just to make sure that I was still the daughter that she was raising. When I talk about her teaching me about being just and fair, I'm the middle child. And I was always in the middle, in between everything. To the point that my mom had to assign me and my younger sister color-coordinated dolls and toys. Fair enough, but both colors had to be pretty. She got purple, and I got the ultimate pink. as I got older, those same principles started evolving. But still, my mother would test me. And I was never prepared. One memory that I have of her is we were shopping at a Walgreens, and there was two people that looked entirely different than us, spoke no English, no Spanish, entirely different than us. And somehow, that woman managed to go to where they were because she saw that they were struggling with something and said, "My daughter will help you," in Spanish. I'll never forget it, because I looked at her, and without looking at the people correctly, I tried to translate, or at least tried to help them with what they were struggling with. And I think about that all the time. Because even at her old age, she was still testing me. When the tragedy happened, we were all hoping that my mom had outsmarted you, or at least your weapon. We were hoping that somehow she still had it in her. And that was the one thing that hurt me the most. I believed that she didn't outsmart you. And that was impossible, because nobody could ever outsmart that woman. Even at 29. I can't believe that she straightened me out without me realizing. The first time I got caught lying, she would compare all the things that I wasn't capable of doing around the house. She would tell me, "How do you have the guts to lie, but you're not good at cleaning your room?" And that used to get under my skin so much that I would start to clean my room because to prove a point to my mom that I am good at cleaning my room, that I am good at doing the dishes, that I am good at passing my classes, not realizing that she was changing my character. Till today, I'm not a good liar. I sweat, and I think I should be better at something else than learning how to lie. All of her siblings were there on August 3rd. Her sisters and her brother. And we were hoping that somehow she pulled a trick and that she escaped. But she didn't. And that thought haunted me. You also put a bullet through her head. The same mind that raised me. I struggled for a very long time. With the idea that my mom gave in. That you were so powerful that she couldn't outsmart even you. But I was wrong. She did, in fact, outsmarted you. You might have killed her, but her legacy will continue. Silly of you to think that white supremacy was going to spare you. Look at you. Someone that suffers from mental illness. The system is also built against you. You can't hide behind your mental illness as much as you want to run away from your guilt. You made a mistake. Your mistake was to use that weapon and pull the trigger, killing my mom. Though our skin colors are different and our backgrounds are different, and somehow you still or may not have the illusion that we're different, we are the same. Drinking poison from a golden cup is still poison. Patrick Crucius. You're going to pay for what you did. And you're going to die a cowardly death. You were caught up in the same illusion that oppresses all of us. You made a terrible mistake by pulling that trigger and killing my mom. But I will remember my mom not as a victim, but as the astute woman that she was. I wasn't taught to be a good person. I was passed down wisdom. I will forever remember my mom as someone that even after death outsmarted white supremacy, outsmarted racism, outsmarted the systematic oppression. But above all, she outsmarted Patrick Crucius. A coward. That's all, Your Honor.
Sir, are you Luis?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Luis Juarez Jr. My father was Luis Juarez Sr. My father was the oldest of your victims. He was 90 years old. You came into our city and killed a bunch of viejitos, old people, young people. You didn't care who they were, how old they were. You just wanted to kill. Who does that? You do.
we're here to expedite your departure from our city. You're not getting the death penalty. So this is to get you out of our hair. You've been here long enough. You need to leave our city. The word coward has been floated plenty of times. So let me give you the definition of coward. A person who lacks courage in facing danger, difficulty, pain, etc. A timid or easily intimidated person. That's you. A flunky. I read a little bit about you, and you showed up to your college class drunk. I guess you remember that. So you were written up for that. So even before you came here, you were a flunky. I'm just wondering what your family thinks about you. We never heard of your family coming to any of your hearings, because they probably have to hide for the rest of their lives because of what you did. The schizophrenia that they claim that you suffer from, so a lot of people suffer from that. But they don't go out and kill a bunch of people because they're crazy. No, they don't. But you do. You did. No, it's your sickness goes much, much deeper. Much, much deeper. Because in that, there's white supremacy, racism. You think that people that don't look like you shouldn't be alive. You wanted to kill as many, say, Mexicans as you could. I hear that you were a big fan of the Christchurch killer. You're a huge fan. I don't know why. What drove you to that? Killed 51 people and you said, wow, he's my hero. Who does that? You do. Like many people before me are saying that you can't hide behind your mental illness. You can't. You can't. We see you for what you are. My father was a gentle soul, but he was also tough as nails because he was a welder, a master welder with the Iron Workers Union. It was hard work. He helped build the Civic Center here in El Paso and many other construction sites in other states also, besides Texas. He traveled. And I, as being the oldest, I saw how my parents struggled. It wasn't always easy. I saw firsthand how they sometimes didn't have enough money to do the things that they wanted because they had a family to raise. So they did without. They did without so that we could have a future. Then you came along and did this. My mother witnessed you murdering my father. And when she called out his name, you turned your weapon and shot her. Who does that? You do that. She's a survivor. She's still alive because you shot her in the arm. And she wears a steel rod to this day. And it's painful. It was painful for many years. She cannot live by herself anymore, so she lives with my sister Martha. And we don't dwell on you remembering. We don't care about you. We don't dwell on hate. Oh, we hate that guy for what he did. We don't talk about you. And when you leave this city, we're gonna forget about you real quick. We came here to the United States, but we didn't come here to be helped. We came here to help and to contribute, just like the Italians and the Irish. They came here to work. We did too, and many other peoples from all over the world. We came here to contribute, not to be parasites. My parents did a great job raising us. My siblings and I, we prospered. We got an education. We had good jobs. And you came along and killed my dad. My parents have been married for 70 years. That's a lifetime. The great replacement theory. You remember that? You know about that? It's a theory. I just don't see you. I can't picture you working the fields picking lettuce or tomatoes. I can't see you doing anything with your hands except shooting a gun. Your mission failed. You made us stronger. You united us. And all that Kool-Aid that you drank from your buddies, that poisoned you. And look at you now. Where are your buddies now? They're still hiding under a rock. And then once in a while they come out, do their thing. But you believed in that. Who does that? Who falls for that crap? You do. You. I don't know if you really feel sorry for what you did. I think that white supremacists and people like you, they don't feel remorse. They feel like, well, my job is done. Well, after you killed 22 people and then the man that later died, 23, you said, okay, I guess I'm gonna give up now because, well, I'm a coward. You're not gonna be facing law enforcement with your weapon because you would have been killed, and that would have saved us a lot of time and money and heartaches. And now you have all this time to think about these things. I saw a picture of you with ear protection, the shooting glasses, I guess. I saw that and I said, wow, this guy came prepared. And then you made sure that you had hollow point bullets for maximum effect, right? Is that what you thought? Who does that? You do. When you're laying down in your cell and it's a quiet night, you're going to hear the screams. And you're going to see all the blood. Because guess what? Your brain recorded everything. And it's going to come back. Just lay still very quietly and you hear the screams. And you'll see the blood and the people that you killed. The viejitos. We're all going to be living our lives. We continue to live our lives, but yours is over. "30, 40, maybe 50 or more years, you're going to have to think about what you did. That's just, I don't know if you lived long enough. I don't know. You're not looking very good. Wonder if your family reaches out, tries to contact you. We don't know anything about them. All we know is that they're either very proud of you or horrified, like the rest of the world, because of what you did. I don't know, after a while, they're saying, I don't know, I won't be here in 20 or 30 years, but you will. Wake up every morning, get your little hour of exercise and whatever, then lock you up again. After 20, 30 years, I believe that you want to be dead. You wish that you had died in a shootout. But you can't because you didn't do it. You're a coward. And I read your definition of a coward, and now you know. What you did is unforgivable. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, I forgive you. No. I'm sorry. I can't do it. We miss our father every day. He was a good man, a hard-working man. So if you get in touch with your buddies that don't feel anything, they think that other people that are not like them should not live, I don't know, maybe you should give them some advice. Now that they will listen. Thank you, Anne. My sisters. Yes.
I'm Margaret, Your Honor. These are my parents. That's my older brother. I'm the youngest. Look at him holding her purse. That says it all. He put on the purse and say, I'm ready. Estoy listo. That's our father. My name is Margaret Juarez. Can you hear me? Because this mic has been a little wonky. Can you hear me? My name is Margaret Juarez. I first want to acknowledge the amazing courage and resilience of every family here today and others who were impacted by this racist terrorist attack on the El Paso community. Second, I want to say thank you to the DA's office and the awesome victim advocates who have been incredibly supportive. My parents, Luis and Marta Juarez, were at Walmart that morning, like all others, not because they were invaders of this country. No. They were decent human beings who contributed culturally, economically, and otherwise to this country. My father was one of the 23 people who were murdered that day by a homegrown terrorist, not by an immigrant. My mother lives every day with lasting physical injuries. She's home waiting for us. She has a rod in her left arm. our family has endured lasting impacts. But these acts of violence have impacted not only this community, but communities across the country. We know that this homegrown terrorist, not an immigrant, but a white boy from Allen, Texas, just 48-minute drive from where I was born in Grand Prairie, Texas, was motivated by a terrorist, hateful rhetoric. And we're told that he was especially vulnerable to being radicalized by this rhetoric due to mental illness. Well, mental illness or not, most people who suffer from some form of mental illness are not mass shooters. I want to see everybody. There are countless good people living with mental illness who are not violent. Look at the data. But the data does show that the majority, over 50% across various data sets, the majority of mass shooters are white young men. So this senseless act of violence is more a result of a much more deadly illness called racism. You see, many of these young white men with this illness have been socialized to think that they deserve more than people of color or immigrants, that this country belongs only to them, even though their ancestors actually stole native lands. So these racist, entitled young men can't stand it when they have to compete or share power, especially if it means competing with those who are different from them and those who may also be more intelligent than them. They feel that we are taking something away from them. They are simply angry little cowards. And yet they are more often less likely to be killed on scene by law enforcement. But if you're black or brown, you are more likely to be killed on scene. The data shows this too. So this homegrown terrorist, not an immigrant, is likely here today just because he is white. He's still alive. The continued use of dehumanizing language spewed by the current administration will only incite more homegrown terrorists to commit acts of violence against communities of color. You see, those in power spewing hateful rhetoric are also cowards. And it's this cowardice that fuels their craving for more power and control. They are complicit in these acts of violence by way of stochastic terrorism. And I will spell that if anybody's interested in writing it down. Stochastic, S-T-O-C-H-A-S-T-I-C, stochastic terrorism. This means they spew hateful language so that people like this guy will go do their dirty deeds, just like January 6th. Finally, our loved ones who you murdered that day, Patrick, will live on in our hearts and our memories. Because you see, Patrick, in our Latino culture, we believe that by remembering, honoring, and celebrating our loved ones who have passed on, they live on forever. But you, I'm not sure about you. I really am not. I can't pretend to know. And I also want to acknowledge that there were others impacted by this other than in the Latino community. But that just goes to speak to, if the most marginalized are not safe, no one is safe. So today, once again, the only thing we are taking away from you is your freedom. And the thing that you and other racist, cowardly terrorists will never take away is our resilience. So now, we, all these lovely people, are going to go out in that lovely day and enjoy the fuck about our freedom. We're going to enjoy the hell out of our freedom in our country. Thank you.
Yes, I am, Martha. I'm Martha Santisteban. Over here, Patty Cake. Patrick, are you listening, Patrick? What did you accomplish? What did you accomplish? You know, my brother's right. You're going to go to bed every night, if the guy lets you, and you're going to say, oh my God, what did I do? How are your folks, Patrick? How are your grandparents? You killed my dad, my 90-year-old father, you son of a bitch. And for what? You know, we had gathered at one of the preliminary hearings, the victims, and I said to the assistant DA, well, I'm just glad he's still alive. And with disgust, he looks at me and says, why would you say that? Because we're here, and you're here. And all your little buddies, whoever inspired you, are going to see you and say, oh, maybe I shouldn't go shoot up people. I don't know. I'm hoping. I'm glad you're here. And when they asked us, what do we want? I said, I want him to spend the rest of his miserable poor ass in jail, because guess what? You're young. You're young. You're going to wish you had the death penalty. But not for Patrick. No. Oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be a big guy, and then I'm going to go run away. And what did you do? Oh, help me, help me. What happened to the tough guy that walked into the Walmart with all those poor old people? The little children. What happened to that guy? Why didn't he keep going? And why here? I'm going to tell you, you made the biggest mistake coming here, buddy. I've never been as proud as I was of El Paso community, the police department, the detectives, everybody in the DA's office. They've been amazing. And I'm so proud to see so many brown faces in these high positions. Thank God, it's about time. And it's only going to keep getting that way, Patrick, while your sorry ass sits in jail. Just remember that. You killed a 90-year-old man. But that man was driving, he was climbing ladders, he was doing his own lawn, but he didn't get to go home that day. We didn't know where he was. We couldn't find him at any hospital. It was a little bit of torture there, Patrick, but I'm glad you're there. I'm glad you're there. Because guess what? I'm going to leave here and maybe go have a margarita, go watch the sunset, and where's Patrick going to be? His sorry ass will be in jail for the rest of your life. And yes, may God have mercy on you and that stupid excuse of an illness, because guess what? Like everybody knows, not everybody goes and shoots everybody up when you're sick. So, fuck you, Patrick Cruzias, and fuck Donald J. Trump, because I know that he's your mentor. And that's about it.
Ruby?
He'll speak first.
Who's Ruby? You're Ruby. Joe?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I would like to start this with a little insight of who my beautiful mother was and the bond I had with her. For several years, I worked in the oil fields of the Permian Basin. And I would not leave El Paso without her blessing. I would kneel and she would ask God for my safe return, a sacred bond that I miss with all my being. A month prior to August 3rd, 2019, I was promoted to a foreman position. As happy and excited as I could be, my mother was the first to hear the news. She was proud. We soon started bouncing ideas to each other, ideas of saving up for a place, a piece of land, and a mobile home in Socorro or the outskirts of El Paso. I was aware of her age, and I knew she wouldn't be able to work for long. The outskirts of El Paso were a perfect retirement place for my mom, as she would be able to feed chickens and plant all the vegetables she would want, only to have come home to a completely different reality. My goals and dreams were destroyed. I was left alone. I was left in the dark. Depression took over, and everything I had worked for was falling apart. I wasn't fit to maintain my foreman position. Little after that, I was pretty much at the brink of homelessness. It was such a dark time for me. After some time, I realized I had no choice but to continue. Here I am, a foreman in a different field of work, for a different company. With tears and pain in my heart, I made the decision to finish what my beautiful mother had begun. She taught me to push myself and to have a good work ethic. She raised a God-fearing man, and she also paved the way to the American dream. I thank her every day for her sacrifice of bringing my sisters and me to the land of liberty and justice for all. I will continue to walk towards the lamp next to the golden door. I pray to God that He never leaves my side, nor everyone who was affected by this horrendous act. I will try to make my mother proud every day. I would like to end this thanking my beautiful community of El Paso, Ciudad Juarez, for the love and support, and to everyone who kept us in their prayers. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. My name is Ruby Romero. And I am the youngest child of Gloria Irma Marquez. My mother never taught us revenge, but she taught us to speak up for what's right. I may not have the loudest voice, but I may have the loudest feelings. Growing up was very difficult for us. I remember there was this part of my life that we lived in a shelter shortly after we had gotten out, and found a place to live. We had absolutely nothing besides a mattress on the floor. I would see my mom struggle to have food on the table for us until one day I decided to speak up. I was in the first grade and I was sitting in the alphabet carpet just staring at the floor thinking about the next meal until my teacher started to say, if you can bring cans of food, any type, it's for the people in need. If you know anyone, please let me know. I just remember bursting out in the middle of the carpet. You and me, we're sleeping on the mattress on the floor, and we don't have food. I used to be in a shelter. I just remember my teacher just pulling me out of the classroom and telling me to repeat myself to the other teachers. With my innocent self, I thought I was getting in trouble. After that, I remember it was around Christmas where a lot of people came to where we live and brought us so many things for me and my siblings and my mother. I share this story with you because I had to speak up when I had to, when they asked me for identification for my mother. As much as I wanted to protect her from any legal issues, I spoke up that day that due to her being illegal, her fingerprints are on the record. August 3rd, 2019, a day I will remember for all eternity. That day that changed our lives from going to sleep saying to my mom, "Mañana la veo, la quiero mucho," to waking up to chaos and tragedy. I had a missed call. I called my mom, but there was no answer. I remember calling her partner, who was there with her at that time, and him answering me in such a desperate manner. "Ruby, your mom is inside. I came to grab us coffee and I was pushed out by the people, but I haven't seen Gloria come out. She was on the line to cash out her check." Panicking and trying to stay calm, I asked him what was going on. I started to zone out as soon as he began to say, "There were shots going on. I don't know where they were coming from. Pero Gloria, she was there at the bank." I tried going, but I got pushed out by the people. I remember hearing all the chaos going on behind on the background through the phone. Without saying anything back to him, I rushed to turn on the TV, and there it was. I started asking him, "Are you sure she was there? Are you sure? Have you tried calling her?" Once he told me he didn't see her getting out, and that she was not answering the phone, my heart dropped. It all felt like such a vivid nightmare. I had no choice but to pick up the phone and call my brother and my sisters to tell them what was happening. I never been the strong one, and that day, he made me do things that I didn't want to. I had my middle sister driven 4 hours from Albuquerque to El Paso in despair of us finding our mother. I called my brother, felt heavy as soon as he asked me, "Are you sure, Ruby? She was there. How do you know she was there?" I replied, "Sí estaba allí." I began explaining everything to him and what her partner had mentioned to me. Before calling my older sister in Juarez, I called my mom again, hoping she would answer. But it went straight to voicemail. That's when I realized this was really happening. When my older sister answered, I immediately explained to her what was going on. And she started asking me the same questions as my brother. "Ruby, dime si estaba ahí mi mamá. Ruby, contéstame." And I replied, "Sí, Jessica. Te hablo para atrás. En lo que sea que pase, te aviso." I got ready and I headed to Walmart, but I couldn't get through. My brother and I drove until they gave us a place to go, where multiple buses were dropping off anyone who was there at the scene. My sister and I waited for the last bus to arrive, waiting with anticipation and with hope that she was going to come down, but she didn't. We waited at the designated drop until they gave us another place to go. Another place for our questions to be answered. A place where I couldn't stop calling the hospitals, where I kept calling her phone and went straight to voicemail. As I sat there looking around, I knew. I knew because it had been hours. She would have called any of us by now and asked us, "Ven, recójame." But that wasn't the case. The more I look around, there was just a few of us there searching for hope. I began to spread the word, describing that she was a non-English speaker, what she was wearing, how she looked, even posted a picture of her. I also stated that she was an immigrant who will not approach any law enforcement. After another couple of hours, FBI agents and police officers started to tell us in about 10 to 15 minutes there will be updates. As we waited, I became more anxious for answers. I believe that's when we all came united together as a family and as a city. We waited 14 hours with hope and faith, and we prayed. We held hands with strangers around the classroom before we got any news. That following morning, I remember praying in Spanish and English, tightly holding the hand of a stranger. Hearing the silence of our emotions were really loud that morning. My family was one of the first to be notified. I remember us sitting in the chairs with maybe 4 people in front of us, and them letting us know that this individual killed our mother. I remember that everybody reacted differently as my siblings left out the room With their emotions, I was left there staring at the floor from my chair as the investigators were telling me what was going to happen next and where I could reach him for further questions whenever we were ready. We will never forget August 3rd, a date I've been stuck on, almost going to be 6 years, and I still feel like it's happening this morning. I never had the chance to run away from this or grieve properly. My brother and sisters live out of the city, and I was immediately the point of contact for years. I've been getting everyone on the same page for years. I have dealt with public comments and the news updates of the case. I've dealt with how much this has impacted my life and my health. Every time I hear her name, there's a tightness in my chest that feels like a shot to my body. I wake up sweating from the constant nightmares, dreaming that she's here with me, and then waking up to reality. I dealt with my own depression and anxiety, and I can tell you as much I can say, I am okay. I'm really not okay. I will still call her phone just to hear her voice through her voicemail, but I stopped realizing her number belonged to a stranger now. I stayed as strong as I could have been these years for my mom and my family. Gloria Irma Márquez, mi mamá. Ever since I can remember, mi mamá had always been a strong, hard-working Mexican woman. As the youngest child of a single mother, it was difficult for me to come to this day describing mi hermosa Glorieta. Mi mamá raised my siblings and myself financially, emotionally, physically, and spiritually by herself. Mi mamá gave her all. She worked 2 jobs to make sure her children ate properly and that they had the essential amenities to grow happily and successfully. She would encourage us by simply reminding us that el miedo no existe, fear does not exist. My siblings and I have and will always taken pride in the appearance of our mother, especially her long, lovely hair. Mi mamá was the essence of truthfulness, love, and sincerity. She showered her family with blessings and lived within us. Mi mamá gave us everything, but she never demanded anything in return. The way she cared for everyone in the family inspired me to be the same in the future. Her love was the purest and kindest, not just for us, but she treated every stranger and animal the same way she treated us. Although she was not very physically strong, mi mamá faced every hurdle of her life and the family by herself. She has motivated me and my siblings to be like her and never submit in difficult times. Mi mamá was a very lovely friend, a strict parent, but she cared for her children. My siblings and I did not like to see our mother sad, and we would do just about anything to bring a smile to her face. Even when she was very worried or sad about something, she would always smile to make us stop worrying about her. My mama was very beautiful and had the kindest eyes I have ever seen. Gloria Irma Márquez, mi Glorieta, mi comadre y mi mamá, was the light that guided us in our darkest times. I had always prayed for my mom to have a healthy life so that she could not only live enough to see me through as much of my life as possible, but so she can live happily in love enough to get the most out of her time. I hope that I have made her proud of me, proud of my accomplishments, and proud of the person I have become. She's responsible for the best parts of me, and I pray I have done her justice through my character and behavior. I hope she will let me join her in those things that she put off in order to devote so much of her life on raising us. Just a week before this happened, she had gotten the news that her process of getting a visa will have to wait another 10 years. And I think about that a lot. If it wasn't for my mother seeking for a better life for her children, I wouldn't be here. But I am beyond blessed that Gloria Irma Márquez was my mother. I wish there would only be 23 inches of length and 22 inches of width in that cell. I want their names to be announced through the intercom of each hour of the day. The insane acknowledgement of actions made by this individual where there was no remorse. He knew what he was doing. He thought about every word he wrote precisely. Someone mental would have been disorientated, but he had the motive of a plan and drove 10 hours to our city. You picked and bought the perfect weapon. Someone mental wouldn't care the place, the time, and the weapon. If they truly wanted to get what they wanted, it would have been done. But you had plenty of time to turn around. It should not even matter if we're black, white, or Hispanic. No one is above anyone. Everyone, absolutely everyone, wants to have a better life. We all want to succeed. We struggle. Some struggle more than others to be sustainable for ourselves and the future for our kids. No one's taking anybody's job. My mom did not put a gun on someone's head to get her jobs. People leave their countries and family behind to follow their dreams. But we're being killed, banned, and these individuals go based on how we look because of our origins are not originally American. Aren't we supposed to follow the Constitution, the Bill of Rights? Where is the land of the free? But you know what I do not know? What is the American dream anymore? Or what home is? I pray to the Lord to help me find peace. I don't understand why there's so much hatred. Unfortunately, racism will never end. We live in such a inhumane society that everything wrong we see is left to be undone, to be okay and live with it. There will never be enough of a punishment for any of this that you caused. I want to tell you how unity and diversity is what I have always known, especially growing up in the borderland. I don't see anyone different from me. We're all here with the same mindset, working hard for a better life. It's been hard for me to express how I've been feeling for the years because I have felt for who I am, for being Hispanic. Everything has been a really big bowl of mixed emotions, but my worst nightmare became a reality. I have always been terrified of losing my mom through deportation, but this is by far the worst way I have lost her. Through a racial act of murder. Words and feelings will never explain the pain on my chest endures. I have asked myself what kind of ignorant mindset was inverted for a young individual, almost the same age as me, that will now never find peace, never find freedom, never succeed, never be loved or find love, or never live life. Soy mexicana americana y nosotros no nos rajamos. As a proud Mexican American, we don't give up. Look around you. We are everywhere. We are lawyers. We are nurses. We are officers. We are CEOs. We serve our country for the better and for the good. We are what makes America great again. Without us, the country and the economy will go down. We are the ones who do the dirty work for the lazy, pathetic people like you. You know what my mother would say to you? Pinche pendejo, vales verga. Amárrate un pinche huevo y ponte las pilas y ponte a trabajar. Fucking dumbass. You ain't shit. Grab your balls, get your shit together, and find a job. You thought it was easy, but it only gets harder for you over the years. You won't sleep at night because the famous saying that we all Mexican mothers say, el día que yo me muera, te voy a jalar las patas. The day I die, I'll be pulling you by your feet. And I know she is. I know she's not letting you sleep at night. I know they haunt you for the pain you caused, and you fail. You're a waste of human being. To the El Paso community for all these years, for the people who stood by us and walked with us throughout the years, I want to say thank you. This community showed me and all of us resilience when we all needed it. Don't forget where El Paso Strong came from. It came from a small community that rose up and made everyone strong. And for that, I am beyond grateful. I wish I could hug every single person affected by this, the families, the survivors, and the wounded. There's never a day I don't think about every one of you and what you guys had to endure that day. That's all.
Are you Joanna?
Yes, ma'am. Hello. If many of you didn't know, my brother is Javier. He was only 15. My name is Joanna, by the way. He was only 15 years old when he was killed by this idiot over here. If you can look at him, please look up and look at him. He was only 15 when you took his life. He was born and raised in Georgia. He was born in Georgia. We moved over here, raised in El Paso. He started playing soccer at around the age of 6, all the way through high school, which, mind you, he never got to finish. He loved playing video games, such as Minecraft and Fortnite. Those were his favorites. And he didn't really like going to school much and found creative ways to try and get out of it. That's what made him a kid. He was a 15-year-old who will never get a chance to grow up and chase his dreams. He never got to graduate high school. He will never get a chance to get married, travel, or have kids. All of that was stolen by someone who claimed to be mentally ill, someone who made the choice to take my brother's life and the life of 22 others, while also injuring many and traumatizing an entire community. Let me be clear. Racism isn't a mental illness. I hope everyone hears that. Mental illness does not drive you to travel hundreds of miles just to target a Hispanic community. Because of your hate and racism, my little brother is gone. He had so many dreams, like being in the Border Patrol. He had his whole life ahead of him. But you took that away from him. You took him away from me, from my family, and his friends. He was everything to me, and now I have to grow up without him. He was and will always be my little brother. No matter how much time passes, that pain doesn't fade and never will. His absence is in everything, in the quiet moments, in the noise, in every family photo where he should be. Losing him to something as hateful and senseless as racism has changed me forever. There's a version of my life that doesn't exist anymore. The one where he grew up, chased his dreams and goals, and I got to watch him become everything he wanted to be. We have a youngest brother. He was 2 around the time, now 8, and now he has and will continue to grow up without hearing his voice or know the person that he was. He will only get to know my brother through the stories we share, the photos, and the love he left behind. He will never get to create his own memories with him, share experiences, or his own conversations with him. Real human change needs to happen, because what happened to my brother shouldn't happen to anyone else. Not to a child, not to a parent, not to a friend, and not to a neighbor. Not to anyone in the Hispanic community or any community anywhere. Hate and gun violence are stealing lives, beautiful lives, and leaving behind silence, grief, and trauma that fully never heals. This isn't just my story. It's happening too often to too many families, and we can't afford to look away anymore. So speak up, show up, vote like life depends on it, because it does, and stand against racism, against hate, against violence, and protect each other, protect your communities, and most importantly, protect the humanity in all of us. Thank you. I will be giving another statement on behalf of my family. On August 3rd, 2019, around 10:35 in the morning, you ended my life, me, Javier Amir Rodriguez, the 15-year-old boy, the youngest of your victims of August 3rd, 2019. I want to tell you that I was a young man who had goals and dreams for my life, was studying the second year of high school, and you came and took away all the plans that I had for my future. I was a great soccer player. I managed to win trophies and medals for my own merit and effort in various local, state, and national tournaments. My dream was to be a border patrol agent. What an irony, right, coward? And in the future, probably start a family. Almost 6 years have passed where I had to live without my friends and family. Those adolescent things that are never forgotten. Just as my friends and family do not forget me, I am sure and hope I can hang out with them exploring all the new things for our lives. Right now, I would be in college studying law enforcement. Start my dream in my professional area life, my family. They suffer my absence every day because of you. Parties and dinners or simply meetings are not the same because they will always lack one. Maybe I would have already met or who was meeting the love of my life, the woman who I would probably spend my life, and we would form something great for the two of us and for our future children. But no, it was easy for you to come from another place and shoot me and kill me and take my life away. And break the heart of my father, my mother, my sister, and all the people who still love me and mourn my absence every time they hear a song, they see my photos, videos, my birthday, in which my father and all my family still celebrate, in the cemetery without me being able to blow my candles and make a wish. Or when the day approaches that you came and destroyed the peace of all the families in the city, engrave my name well in your mind, in your twisted mind, Javier Amir Rodriguez. Because my family, that you don't know either, acclaims justice for me and the other 22 innocent victims whose lives you took from us, with your cruelty and immaturity that you have been dragging since your childhood. Fuck you, you white piece of trash. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do need to take a 10-minute break and then we will resume.
There he is.
Nice.
What you need? You still looking for? No, that's behind you. I know. Well, Mondo doesn't know. Yeah, now he's getting involved with it. Sign the book.
Yes.
Good here? The camera? Yeah, you're set. Okay, all right. Anything else you guys do? Do we see if we have the same? I think right now they're bring you this time. You'll go out, obviously, across this way. This way, back out. So is it sit down and come back? Yes, correct, yeah. Sit down. Thank you, Louis. Still have 5 more minutes. Yeah, absolutely. Just get into the statement.
Because we still have 2 more statements.
Oh, you do?
So, yeah. But
we're not going to, I'm not going to.
There's still 2 more statements that the victim, they're not actual victims. They want the victim specialist read.
Okay, got it.
So it's 2 more. They're reading for them.
Oh, okay, okay.
On behalf of them.
Got it.
Is that all for today? Yeah, typically we'll be done with it. We just have 2 more statements. Victim specialists. Same on their behalf. 2 more. 2 more readings, that's it.
Switch. I can stand over
Yeah, we're gonna, the judge is there, so he's probably coming in. I guess I that's what we're trying to figure out. We think he's going to be the judge first. Once he gets everybody seated, then bring it out. Hold on.
All rise, please. Be seated, please. Mándeme.
Señor juez, soy Adriana Sandri, esposa de Iván Manzano, fallecido en el tiroteo, y quería pedirle un permiso por mí y por mis hijos, para abrazar al señor Patrick.
Your Honor, I would like to ask you for permission on behalf of me and my children to give Patrick a hug.
Ma'am, would that help you and your family seek comfort, peace, and healing?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Deandra Acosta. I am a victim advocate on the behalf of the District Attorney's Office. I'm reading this victim impact statement on behalf of Raul. This is going to be for Isabel Pierda. She is the daughter of Rosa Baron. On August 3rd, 2019, my family's life and the lives of so many others were shattered. My mother and my sister were both shot that day while simply doing what people do every day: shopping, living, existing. They survived, but they carry wounds that go far deeper than the bullets. The pain is daily, both physical and emotional. My aunt wasn't so fortunate. She lost her life in that attack. She was kind, selfless, and full of love. Her absence leaves a permanent hole in our family. What happened that day was not an accident. It was a deliberate act of hatred and cruelty. My family was targeted because of who they are, because we are Latino. That pain will never fully heal. There is no justification, no explanation, no apology that can undo what was done. But we are still here, and we remember. Every scar, every nightmare, every tear reminds us of what we lived through and what he took from us. We carry our grief, but we also carry strength. He tried to break us, to instill fear, and instead we found resilience. The man responsible will spend the rest of his life in prison, and that is justice in its own way. But his real punishment is knowing that he failed. We are still here, and so is our voice. He will spend the rest of his life in prison, and he will carry the weight of what he did, and that is justice. But it will never bring my aunt back. It will never erase the trauma. Still, I find strength in knowing that he will never be free again. And I find strength in the community that rose up after that tragedy. El Paso Strong was more than a slogan. It became our lifeline. To the court, I ask that you remember our names, remember our stories, and we are not numbers. We are not just victims. We are people who lived, loved, and lost. And we will never forget. We are living proof that hate does not win. Signed, Isabel Pierda. Thank you. And I do have a second victim impact statement. This is going to be on behalf of Raul Bobby Loya. I have thought a lot about the hate you provided that day when you did your massacre. I hope when you're sitting in prison, you think long and hard about what you did. And I hope for the remainder of your life, the people that you murdered linger in your thoughts forever. I hope that it drives you crazy, as it will be your true punishment. There will be no one to hear you. I hope they stick you in the hole, throw away the key, and you never get to see the light of day. The people that you murdered will be in our memories, and instead of crying for them, they will be immortalized, and they will be remembered forever. And as for you, you will be forgotten after a few weeks in the hole where you belong. Signed, Raul Bobby Loya. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Montoya, have all your families given the statements that they wish to give in these proceedings?
The ones that wish to speak, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sheriff, please escort him out of our courtroom. Sheriff, please make arrangements to get him to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the proceedings in this case. This court is adjourned.
All right, please. Thank you. Be seated.